It's in the background too.
Right.
Last year we
Yeah, there it is, Doc. 107, sheet 107. All right, thanks. All right, I have 6:30. Thank you all very much for showing up. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 6th meeting of the Pittsfield Town Council. I'd like to open the meeting and invite everybody to stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. We'll ask for a moment of silence, please. All right, thank you all very much for that. So let's move on to number 2, the adoption of the minutes of the regular meeting held on May 16th, 2023. I will look for a motion from the council, please.
I move we accept the minutes of May 16th, 2023, please.
Second. Moved and second. Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions or comments, council? Any changes? Very well. Hearing none, the sense of ready to vote. All those in favor of the adoption of the minutes of the regular meeting held on May 16th, 2023, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The adoption minutes has passed. So with that, we will move on to number 3, presentations, congratulations, and introductions. Catherine, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you. Under presentations, congratulations, and introductions, we have economic and community development projects. There are a number of ongoing projects on the Main Street project through our contractor, which is an engineering firm, Gorilla Palmer, continues, and they are still collecting information. There is a project ongoing that is also collecting information that some business people in town are working on regarding part of Main Street. So we will mesh these items all together so that we don't have duplication and make sure that everybody communicates with each other. I've made some inquiries. Most of the items I would talk about are under the town manager's report, so I'm trying to reduce the amount of time that we have on the agenda for items. I would note we did have a very good PEACE meeting, Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation meeting this evening at 4:30. We have new officers some projects to work on, updating the economic development plan, talking about updating the website, collecting of information, promotion of the business directory. So there'll be a full report in the future shortly. Thank you.
All right, Catherine, thank you very much. Let's move on to number 4, public hearings. We have none scheduled for this evening, and we shall go to number 5, reports. Council committees, Finance Committee, any report?
We haven't met since last meeting.
Very well, thank you. Ordinance Committee? No report, very well. Catherine, if you would, please, board and committee updates.
Yes, very quickly, the planning board will hold its regular meeting on June 12th, 2023 at 7 o'clock p.m. We have a full agenda than we thought we would have. So very interesting items with site plans, renewal of solar projects for a little bit longer because CMP had quite a lot of studies that needed to be done, so it took some time, and some potential rezoning items. So there'll be more on that after our meeting. For Parks and Recreation, I know they've been working very hard on the collecting of donations from the businesses, and so that has been going exceptionally well. And recycling will need to be rescheduled as all the members seem to be quite busy here, but we would like to do a video for the website. Thank you.
All right, Catherine. You caught me unprepared, so you're all set with that. Would you like to move into the town manager's report?
Yes, very quickly, the town manager's report is out on the table. It's now bullets. A couple of the bullets got a little bit longer, but they're still, for me, it's as though I didn't write enough. But that works well for all the grants and everything. Just very quickly for the 2022 paving, as we discussed at the last council meeting, the paving contractor finished all their repair work. Another item was mentioned at the meeting. The paving company agreed with the public works director to fix the crack on Webb Road, so that is good. Make sure that it's sealed. We do have a citizen concern on one of the other roads, and so I suggested that an engineer look at the paving so we can get this resolved and make sure that the paving is appropriate. It does seem as though they did do some repair work. Our contracted firm that we have as the town engineer was not available, so Donnie had contacted another company to do some core samples. And so the paving company at this point has been advised of this and that their retainage check would be held, that we would try to move this along as fast as possible. We had our airport capital improvement plan meeting for the next 5 years, which includes the current projects and other projects in the future. It was our pre-CIP meeting with our engineers. Tana went very well. When we met with the state, it became very confusing. So the state is in the process of reviewing our projects, our CIP, as well as several others. I perceive that there's an issue with the amount of money they have available. But time will tell, and we will find out shortly. The airport hangar and taxiway project has resulted in the building arriving. Concern has been expressed about the McCarthy Road, and so the airport engineer has agreed that dust should have been taken care of. It's a pretty simple thing. If it's really dry and there's dust all over the place, there should be calcium chloride put down. The airport hangar and taxiway project did have the 8th reimbursement received, and I'll be filing the 9th reimbursement either tonight or tomorrow because the payments are starting to get pretty large, so we need to file those as fast as possible, although we do have enough funding to cover it. Code enforcement, Al Tempesta continues to process permits on Friday. He's been available during the week. We do have several code enforcement issues that are in progress. There was a letter in the FYI folder that's up on the table right now that can be passed around. That is the letter that was sent on Webb Road and what's going on there. He will be condemning the property if things are not straightened out. That will lead to a whole host of items, but we're going on too much time now and things not being straightened out or getting some work done, and then all kinds of items happen. Washington Street has not progressed as long as it should have while Al was out. So there will be a consent agreement that we're working on that we will request that the owners sign based upon the public hearing that took place. And if that doesn't work out, we'll be back for another public hearing, which we, at that time, the first one, indicated things would be totally different. But they have been mowing the lawn, they have secured the building, but not much else has taken place. Financial system for the water and sewer billing. As we know, the data conversion was very difficult. So books 1 and 2 are nearly complete. There were a few meters that did not come over. We basically have rebuilt the system for the books. Books 3 and 4 have been read. Book 3 was perfect. Book 4 has a few issues, but again, we're not going to issue the bills until they're correct. And so that's the way it will be. Library director interviews. Another set of interviews has been scheduled as the first set did not go too well. I extended the deadline and made 9 offers for Thursday and Friday for Zoom interviews. And so far, as of the writing of the town manager's report yesterday, 3 have been accepted. Now I have 5 that have been accepted. What's been interesting on this is usually we have state of Maine applicants. There are no state of Maine applicants both times, which is very interesting and different. For the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, full applications have been filed for our ongoing projects, as well as all the additional paperwork required by the Clean Water State Revolving Loan and the Drinking Water Revolving Loan, which allow us, it used to be 1% interest. It's now 2% interest, but still much better than commercial loans. So every application that we can file for all the projects that they approved have gone forward. If we decide we don't want to do one, we won't sign the letters when they come for the approval. Hopefully we'll be able to do most of the projects. The federal directed grant funding, in which we were unable to qualify for the low interest loan on the drinking water, which is the part that we really want to do on Birchwood Terrace because there have been so many breaks. I won't say anything about now. I don't want to jinx it here. But in any case, we did make the list that was submitted for the environmental and interior appropriations bill. Our U.S. Senator Susan Collins and from Angus King. So that was very good. If approved, it would be totally phenomenal because that would be a straight grant. But there are a lot of applications. So if it's not approved, then we need to move forward to a commercial loan, which would be a non-drinking water loan. The interest rates have gone up quite a bit, as we've seen, and are going to continue going up according to all the experts. So we will have to decide if the council will be going forward. I suspect we will. But our past practice and what is a vote in the record way back in the early 2000s that we would only go forward on the water and sewer projects if we had the low interest loan. So we'll have to decide what to do, but Birchwood Terrace does need to be addressed. So the main focus for the month of May and the first week of June continues to be all the grant reimbursements and filings, as well as all the financial reconciliations and working with the auditor. I scanned through well over 4,000 pages of materials that everybody needed. I've got it. All grant applications, all reimbursements, all loans, everything has been filed. One is stuck in the federal computer, which is a very important one. So the help desk is again trying to straighten this out for me. I've made many calls to them. I think some of them know me by name now, but we will get it through. Upcoming activities and events, we'll be really advertising the summer concert series. Every time we put out paperwork on the counter, it's all gone in a few days, so we'll keep making copies. Thank you.
Please.
We do have an item that Bernard Williams brought up to the mayor about a call or a contact that he had on donating the surplus and the old or unused fire equipment to the Ukraine. So Bernard is here this evening to update us on that.
Bernard, if you would, please.
On Friday, the letter came out from our executive director at the Maine Chiefs. The chief in Ogunquit had been contacted by a chief friend of his in New Jersey, and they're putting together a package of used stuff to send to Ukraine. As you know, they're using that stuff every day over there, and it's, I guess, in pretty bad shape. the things that they're looking for, if anything, of course, our fittings don't do them much good over there. But my thought was that we could donate the old SCBA's that we had in the bottles. I've got 4 or 5 pair of boots that if you come in and inspect it, you might say they're all right. And Donnie comes in and says, no, there's not fit enough on them. We run into that every time we have 6 that I'd like to send. I have hoods that are 4 NFPA iterations old, which I was getting ready to throw in the dump that I'd send. I've got 10 pair of gloves that have been laundered numerous times. And I've got 3 sets of turnout gear, although they're not complete sets. I've got 3 pair of pants and 3 coats that are old. That I would like, if this is approved, I will take them to a gun fit and he will ensure that they get to New Jersey and they have some means to get them, or I have no idea how that is. But
They must be collecting from.
I'm sure that they
Boxes
have
and
half a
boxes
plane
full.
over the time they get
Containers
done.
full, yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions for Bernard, Council? It's essentially the same list that we discussed a couple meetings ago, right?
Yeah, it's all the non-threaded and fitting stuff, because that doesn't do them any good.
So if we want to have a discussion on this, Bernard, if you want to field any questions on that, if there are any questions to be fielded, we can certainly approve by consensus. It's not on the agenda, however, that is a proper way that we as the council can approve that and give Bernard permission to move ahead with consolidating this and coordinate with the other fire chief from Ogunquit, which seems to be the main contact.
So this was not a money-making proposition in getting rid of the old surplus items. It was to clean out the fire station, of which a number of items are in very good shape. Other states may be able to use some of the items or some small department. So in looking at the websites that Bernard had looked at, the prices are so low on there that, you know, it would be appropriate for a disposition as long as every person on the council agreed, and then we could do the paperwork later on. This just came up after
It appears
the
that
agenda was to
everybody that got new air packs in 2002 got new ones the same time we did, because the market is just full of them out there.
So by consensus, that means we'd have to have unanimous with the council.
I would say, because we do have another motion, I know that there's another motion on the table that was approved, but if you're all in agreement, because this is the right thing to do, and the fact that it's overloaded on the websites, and this was not going to be a money-making proposition. Some items are listed on there for $3 and $6. It was simply a way to dispose of the items so that we had more room in the fire station. They were items we were not going to use, and items that some of which were donated to Bernard and he picked up at surplus sales and everything.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, if they're beyond the useful lives for the regulations that we have and we can do some good somewhere else, it just makes sense to try and...
I'm sure they're not worried about NFPA.
They got other words, I'm sure. I agree with you. I think it's an excellent idea. Anything else, Council? All right, so I'll ask for a verbal vote, either approve or disapprove. This will, as Catherine had mentioned, there was another motion that had been already made, voted on for listing and selling what we could on that. So that list that we vote in approval of this, that'll give Bernard permission to take those items and coordinate with your partner in Ogunquit, however that needs to be done, and then we'll move that on and donate to the folks in Ukraine. So with that, I'll look for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bernard, please do what you need to do.
I will get them loaded and haul them to a gun.
Thank you very much. Excellent idea. I'm glad I caught up with you at the town office the other day. Thank you very much.
Just a quick question. I take it the one to sell the rest of the stuff is the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you
And
very
it was on
much.
there for a while.
All right, so that takes care of number 5, reports. Number 6, old business. There is none to attend to this evening, so we shall move on to number 7, new business. Catherine, if you would, let's start with resolution 23-42.
Resolution 23-42, resolve that the town council accept the bid of blank, dated blank, with an interest rate of blank percentage per annum for the financing of the 2023 capital improvement program in an amount to not exceed $1,250,000.
I'll look for a motion from the council, please.
I move that we open discussion on resolution 23-42.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, in the package, and I believe it's on, starts on sheet 10 of 112. And it has the, actually sheet 11 has a listing, Bangor Savings, Chaya Savings, Skowhegan Savings, Androscoggin Bank, Bar Harbor, and First National. You can see the interest rates that they had proposed in total amount of the term. So that would be the information that we would request to put in, accept the bid of blank, dated blank, with an interest rate of whatever they propose to do. Any discussion, council? Any suggestions?
So I can note that First National Bank gave us a really good interest rate back in, I believe, 2019. They have the lowest interest rate. Some of the banks went forward and suggested that we move monies to them, but that's a very expensive proposition. And there might be some accounts that we could move to First National, but it certainly would not be any of our larger ones, and the checking accounts certainly not, due to the cost of going through that process. But their interest rate was 4.74%. The amount of the interest is listed on page 36. $352,249.50 if paid regularly, and we don't prepay for any reason. So we put this out for $1.25 million. So we either would accept that or one of the bids, and likely it would be First National because the interest rate was lower than the others, and they were, some of them when they came in were talking about how it was going up to 7% shortly. So I suspect this will be our last loan for a while for regular resolutions until things straighten out a bit.
Okay, so the lowest one we were talking about was the First National. That's at 4.74, and that is shown on page 36 of the agenda package, dated May 11th.
That bank is exceptionally easy to work with. So I was glad they did submit a bid. So their bid was dated May 11th, 2023. And I suspect the interest rates are just going to keep climbing here, from what the bankers told us when they came in, and others, economic review.
So would anyone want to make a recommendation?
What was our interest rate last year?
3.7%. That was on the general resolution. The general one, not the drinking water or clean waters. Yeah, it was kind of scary when we opened the first one at 6.05.
Well, if our interest rate on the last loan was 3.7-ish, and we're only looking at 4.4 now with all the changes to interest rates and everything else in the financial market, and the fact that they're not quite sure if they're going to keep raising interest rates or not yet. So, I mean, this does not seem like a bad option.
So that actually would be 4.74. The 4.4 would be if we moved our business to their bank.
Yeah, it would
We'd
cost,
save 0.34% if we would.
Yep.
and it would cost more than that difference in the interest rate to go through that whole process.
Did they say how much of our deposits we would need to move over to?
They were thinking of the, of course they're going to advertise their bank, and a few others did that too. And some realized that, when they called up, I said, no, we're not moving the checking account at this time, because that's a 4-month process, legal reviews and everything. So they would want our reserve accounts, which were 1.8 million, or the town's checking account, which differs from under $1 million as we get closer to when the taxes are going to be issued, up to 5.8 million if we have loans and everything from the grants and payments in before we pay the loans out.
It says on their list, interest rate with deposit relationship, if the town establishes a substantial deposit relationship.
Well, that's what I was wondering, like, what was substantial,
Yeah.
like how much of the town's funds would be.
Yeah, they mentioned.
But you had mentioned to do so would cost more than what we would have in the savings of that 0.3%.
Just the legal review that went on as the dickering went on about the requirements. When you get the proposals in the checking account, they're books that are like this. You have to change all the checks. Everything has to be changed everywhere where we have grants that have the monies coming in, because they're now all wires instead of checks, unless they're small. So this is a substantial undertaking. However, that doesn't mean that because this bank was so helpful, has a lower interest rate. We have a couple of accounts at one bank that's very difficult to get the interest, and you have to actually drive there. They will not give it to you over the phone. So those accounts I wanted to move someplace anyway, so that might be something we could do.
Do you think that they would be, if we moved some of our reserve accounts or those accounts you're talking about, would they entertain that as being substantial enough? Like what portion of that would be?
We would want to keep all the reserve accounts together. We had them all over the place, and we put them
I
together.
remember that, yeah.
You remember that.
Yeah.
We had seemingly hundreds of accounts all over the place.
Oh.
Like multiple, 14 different banks or something ridiculous.
The money was everywhere. I remember the council said the first thing you have to do is make a list of where all the money is. So
We had
would know.
everything except Swiss accounts. Although, so does anybody want to make a suggestion, or I shall?
I think that we would go with putting the First National dated 5/11/2023 with an interest rate of 4.74.
All right, thank you, Doc.
Yeah.
Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments on this? Do we have anyone on Zoom? No.
We do not.
Just me.
Just you.
All right, very well. I'll close to public input. Council, any questions or comments on suggestion of First National May 11th at 4.74%?
I have a couple of questions regarding the overall amount and with the interest rates going up as well. Catherine, what's our total outstanding debt with respect to the loans that we had to test?
So we have two types of loans. We have our general resolution loans, which are the town departments, and then we have what's called business loans, which are the water and sewer for the utilities. So taking the loans from the 2021 audit, because the 2022 audit is underway, and then subtracting out all the payments that we made and the one loan that we had in 2022, we have a total of, as of December 31st, 2022, of $6.181 million. So let's say $6.2 million.
Okay.
So we're well under the 7.5% that you can have for general resolutions type. They don't count in the state law, the water and sewer ones, because they're a necessity.
Correct. Correct. And I know I asked this before regarding the how much do we have remaining in the PERS account?
I did get that information back and just, I didn't write it down, I just talked about it
Sure.
quickly at the council meeting, 2 council meetings ago. The amount of money that we have is a little bit over $1.2 million. So when the debt service that we were looking at for this year gets added in, as well as any other costs that we have, they figured at the Portland Trust Company, because this is what they do, investments all the time, They ran two different interest rates, a 4 and a 5, and taking the 5, we're ending up exactly where we had projected back in 2018. We would get 7 years out of the main purse money that was given back to the town, that was owed to the town when there was a federal audit of the main purse, formerly the Main State Retirement System. So that was 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So we will run out of money in 2025 and making payments toward the general resolution.
So basically, we've been using the PERS account up to this point to pay off the debts that we've
Correct.
incurred so far.
Yes.
Okay. Projecting forward, because these notes are 10, 12 years that we're doing now. 12. This is a 12, all right? So that's going to take us to 2034 or 5. Since we won't have the PERS account, where are we going to get the money?
So we were very fortunate. This helped us do the paving as well as some other projects. At that point, in 2025, we would have to use taxpayer money. It would have to come from taxes, unless we find some other grants that can cover some of these items. We won't probably be able to do that with paving. There's just simply no money out there for roads. That's where you want the money. You want grants for roads, but there just aren't any, unless it's in a commercial industrial park setting, and then there's some economic development loans. So that would come from taxpayer dollars. You might get a grant for a truck or something like that, but it would be minimal compared to all of the loans that we got. I figured with the way we were going and the interest rates coming out, we would do the paving one more time and then settle down to see exactly what happens and put together a plan of action.
Okay. Now, I know we're addressing the paving issue in the next resolution. And, I noticed, not meaning to jump ahead, but the two bids that came in were both over $1 million anyway for, whatever we're doing. I did some rough, calculations. And knowing where we are now and knowing with the plans with getting a new town manager and you moving over to a grant administrator, and the added need for personnel that we haven't had, in the past couple of years, and you taking over some of the functions of those people. I did some kind of rough numbers, and certainly, adding in the reassessment that are more funds as well. At least in the next year, I can see a potential for well over $200,000 more in the budget between the assessment, between the grant administrator costs, between the added new people. I can understand not wanting, if the rates are going up and we don't know what they're going to be next year, and with a new town manager, what the atmosphere is going to be for getting another loan next year, whether it be for paving or whatever. My personal preference, understanding that paving needs to be done. There are roads that have to be done, have to be finished, some that are in really bad shape. We're obviously not going to get all that we requested done because it's over $1 million anyway, all right? And the $250,000 is for some of the CIP projects themselves and equipment. I would personally, and this is my preference, and I'm only speaking for myself and others that I've had conversation with in the past week or two, that we do the paving, however, at a reduced amount, And hold some of that funds in reserve so that we don't have a massive tax increase next year with respect to the added costs, of personnel and other equipment that we might need. In addition, there was talk a couple of meetings ago regarding the loan resolution that was done in 2022 for the $2 million, and I think there was a talk of another $1 million being out there. Has that been taken? What are we doing with that? It was brought up at a meeting, and then it just seemed to drop out. And can you clarify that, please?
So the $2,090,000 was the total of the CIP items, capital improvement plan,
Yeah.
for 2022 that was approved by the council in 2021. The item that came up was the truck, because there was a truck that was involved there.
Correct.
But that was the value for a new truck. Whereas we also have the value of a new truck in here for 2023. Fortunately, we've come up with some other options, which is good. The banks don't care how we move the money around, but we do have to serve the purposes. So we do have to pave if we get the loan, because that's what it was for and listed. We do need to get a truck.
I don't have a problem paving.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem getting a truck. I think that's essential.
Yeah.
However, I would rather see 500 or 600,000 if we're going to improve the whole, a 1.25. I'd rather see, a reduced amount of paving and hold a certain amount in reserve, for next year when we're not sure what our, going into the budget season, and we're not sure what our costs, what the bank atmosphere is going to be, and what the priorities will be for any new town manager that's coming in. I just have concerns in that regard. So my understanding is that the extra $1 million is not going to be taken from 2022.
That was my understanding too. The projects were not approved to go forward and involved the fire project.
Okay.
Some
All
other
right. So that's basically dead in the water. We're basically doing the truck issue with Donnie from the funds that we have now.
Yeah,
correct?
and we do have the ability to use the funds from 2022 for another truck, because he does need two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
At a reduced rate versus what we originally put in, because we found some used vehicles.
Okay. So the 1.25 that we're borrowing now, that goes to 2034 or so, we're still going to have 6 years or 7 years or actually 8 years of having to come up with funds just for this one from taxes potentially, plus whatever we haven't paid off with the balances of the 6.2 million that we've accrued up to this point. That'll be a reduced amount given the next couple of years of being paid down. I just have a hard time, saying go ahead with this at this amount at this time. That's
So, Doc, if I can ask you to clarify something you had mentioned a couple times. So Catherine had mentioned this 1.25 million. If we do go through with this, that would have to all go to paving. We can't get this loan and use money for something else, correct?
It has to go to the items that are in the ordinance unless we revise the ordinance, and that's not usually a good thing to do. It brings up questions on, how we started out on one project and ended up on another. So we really should use it for the items it was listed for, which is the paving, the truck.
You have to do the full paving that's indicated.
As long as we keep a reasonable percentage, you could keep the money, and some towns have done this. In fact, we had money left over from one of our pavings, and we did it the next year, and we used some of it. So that's permissible. It wouldn't be able to be used for anything else unless you went and did an amendment, and that's kind of a messy process.
So, I guess the question I want to clarify, if I may, you had mentioned the $500,000 for paving and leave the rest
Well,
for the next year or something like that. I mean, if we have the money, we're making payments on 1.25, whether we do it this year or next year or the year after, because we all know, and you know, when I started back 2008, paving was expensive, but that was 15 years ago, based on prices back then. So if we get this loan, assuming that we get the loan as such, let's pave everything, let's get it done. That's the discussions we've had on a couple of meetings before. We've gone over this number ad nauseum, it seems like. And if we say, well, let's only pave part of it, that means we would have to go back and refinance, you know, go through another refinance, another probably quote from those 5 or 6 banks for less than the 1.25.
So we're going to have to borrow the 1.25, and then I think what Howard's saying is we could keep some of the paving money till the next year. We'll be paying the interest on it, of course, but, you know, it's up to the council, but the majority of the money has to be used for paving.
Right, I guess that's the part I don't understand.
well, it's
about
the
it.
majority of the money. The point is that, you know, even if we use, you know, $1 million towards the paving and the rest towards other capital improvement projects, you know, in addition, or, you know, could we hold back maybe 100,000 or 200,000 for other purposes?
We have to do an amendment. It just would be up to whether the councilors felt comfortable doing
Okay.
that.
So we would have to do an amendment after the fact, after the loan has already been approved, paper signed.
Yes.
Does that need to go to the bank because we're getting a loan under one premise and yet we're changing the rules after we get
We'll
it?
have to talk to the bank. This one's more flexible than some of the others, but we have to tell them up front if that's what we propose to do.
Up front before we sign papers to get the loan.
Yes.
Okay, so we're,
I'm just looking at, you know, going into budget season and trying to come up with another couple $100,000 before we even start.
Well, in that case, why don't you just take out what you don't use? If you want to only pay $500,000 worth of roads, then take out that for the loan. And then we don't have any of that going into the budget season.
Well,
And we operate on, it's not like you can, I mean, to have like a slush fund over there to use what we want, that's kind of silly.
so the loan was advertised in the RFP
Right.
for a certain amount, so that's why we got the interest rates we did. If we cut it in half, the interest rate may not be the same, and we're changing the RFP. I tried to see if I could, and this was an idea I floated with the town attorney, to see if the truck from 2022, we could just have another little loan with a little bidder and waive the rules. And I was told absolutely not. You have to put it out to bid. You can't combine it with this one. You know, you advertise 1.25 million, and that's what you're either going to do that or you're not going to do it. But
So-
redo it.
so our choice is on the table right now, either accept it with the First National 4.74 based on the May 11th date or not. If we accept it, then we move on and we can have other discussions at a later date. If we don't accept it, then we're back to the drawing board. We may have to go relook at the paving, what's priority, and then we're looking at 500,000 or 750, or we say we don't do it at all, which none of us thinks that's a wise decision anyway.
No.
So we do have an open motion on the floor based on that information. So we do have choices with that. I think changing horses middle stream is probably not the wisest and most efficient at this point. My opinion.
We need to pave this year. We need to
You need to
get,
pay it every year.
yeah, but we need to pave this year for sure, because we have roads that if we leave them for years without their service coat, we're gonna be in big trouble, right? So, I mean, I think that we
Well, I
have.
wasn't saying not to do
No, understood.
Yeah.
Understood. I know where you're coming from. I understand your point. I just think that I mean, the option is, unfortunately, I guess we're stuck with either we do or we don't.
Yeah.
Right, it's either 100% or none at this point. It's kind of what we're looking at.
Based
So
on
I think
what we
have
have
to-
on the floor now, yes.
The only thing that I ask is, and this might be at a different time, but going forward in our budget process, we need to have a better idea of how I think we need to put the interest, somehow calculate the interest when we're approving these things in our budgetary process. Because what we put in front of everybody is 1.25 million, and we're actually borrowing 1.602 million after interest. And that changes the annual spend by about $12,000 spread across the entire time, right? So
Right, that's accounted for through the budget, because this will be, was it 200,000 a year?
Yeah, the debt service is in the budget, estimated with the principal and the interest. But we would not know the total amount. We could just estimate, and I put in the sheets that estimated it, but who knows what will happen. It's a little bit higher than I thought it would be.
yeah, I was gonna say it's nowhere close to what I think we saw, and that's not a knock on you. That's just
No,
the
I
change of
understand.
the climate, right?
Yeah,
And
when the bankers came in and started mentioning 7%, I thought, oh, when we open these, this isn't going to be good. So I think this is as good as it's going to be, at least for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree.
Anything else?
How long are these good for? Like how long, when we get this quote, how long do they hold up for?
The banks will only hold them for a short period of time, so they came in last week, and it's held till this Friday. Because they will only go, some will only go 1 week, so I've got 2 weeks in there. Because you have to get it into the council package, you have to check it out and talk to the bank. They have to start making their plans, the attorney needs to get going. So by Friday, we have to say yes or no.
So this one letter specifically from First National says this commitment shall expire if it is not accepted in writing by a qualified officer of the borough by 5 p.m. on June 16th.
Right.
5 business days shall be required to prepare for closing.
Yeah, they're a little more flexible than some of the others.
Yeah, I was just thinking ahead to the budget.
Well, I'd like to see us approve it with the First National Bank at the 474.
4.74.
So we can get the project going and secure a contractor. It's already June, and we said that we didn't want to pay after September, so that doesn't leave us a lot of time to get on contractor schedules
Yeah.
right now. So I
Agreed.
think we need to follow on this and get going on it.
Anything else, council? Very well, hearing none, I censor the vote. All those in favor of Resolution 23-42, noting First National as the bank with the interest rate of 4.74% based on the letter dated May 11, 2023. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, I shall poll the council. Councilor Donahue,
Aye.
Councilor Saucier,
Aye.
Councilor Hall,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor,
Nay.
Councilor Frost, Councilor Jester,
Aye.
and I shall vote aye. 6-1, Resolution 23-42 passes as noted.
I think we all understand the concern, definitely. This is something that goes in cycles, and it has happened before here.
Understood. All right, let's move on to Resolution 23-43, please, Catherine.
Resolution 23-43, resolved that the town council accept the proposal of blank from blank in an amount to not exceed blank in response to the request for proposals for the 2023 road paving program, and authorize the town manager and public works director to negotiate with the company to add delete roads in accordance with council decision as long as the total amount of blank is not exceeded, and further at a later date with council approval, add additional mileage as agreed upon by the town council when funding becomes available, with such award to be made and the town standard services contract be executed by the town manager once the funds from the 2023 capital improvement plan CIP bond are received later in June 2023. which would be the 23rd of June.
I'll look for a motion, council, please.
I'll move the open discussion on resolution 23-43.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Excuse me, folks. So this one also has the two bids. If you look on sheet 39 of 112 of the package, we have one Northeast Paving from Bangor at $1,196,358.50, and Pike Industries out of Fairfield at $1,291,497.64 for that. Any questions or comments from anyone in the audience on this?
Donnie, did you have some?
Yeah, I understand the council's concern about paving and stuff, so I'll just give a real brief history and tell you what the plan is.
Hey, Donnie, can we keep it for this resolution, please? About the two companies we're talking about on this resolution.
Both bids were way over $1 million. I heard that number, $1.25 million thrown out there. Again, you guys only approved $1 million for the bid. But both companies did competitive bids. The mix obviously is way up again this year. One of the concerns you'll see is one of the things that I built into this bid, knowing that the prices were going to be high, is this is a wish list. So, just to make the council feel comfortable, what they bid on, one of them I use for an example, 8,200 and something feet on the Beans Corner Road. You only have to put finish coat on 6,400 feet. That we did last year, so you save almost 2,000 feet there of paving. It went by last year's bid. And there are some other things on there that's going to reduce our cost. Again, when we talk about paving, last year we maximized $1 million and spent every dime on paving that's on the ground. So, those two numbers are probably not real. I anticipate that those numbers will be lower once we have a chance to negotiate, try to maximize. And some of those roads on there, one of them being Higgins Road just from the Phillips Corner Road to match up what we did paving 3 or 4 years ago, was a thing that I'd like to see you do. But there are some things on there that could be cut. But again, realizing that interest rates are going up and stuff, these are both competitive bids. They're both higher than what I anticipated. I did up some of the tonnages on some of the roads to hopefully be able to do the job that we need to get done for the money we're going to want. So I'll try to maximize the amount of money. Again, negotiation, you guys will be involved. You guys have always been involved. If you want to cut half of those roads, then you guys hold the power of the check.
So, quick question for you. These numbers that we got from Northeast and Pike, those are for the entire list that you sent out, that list that we discussed.
The only thing is, I brought up at the last meeting, the only one it doesn't cover is the Mount Road. Somehow the Mount Road got left off of this. I mentioned at the last meeting, we do have binder on that, so we'll do have to do finish on that. So we have room to negotiate, because there is some more on there than what we did, and I did up some of the tonnages. So again, when we negotiate, I think the power of negotiation is a good thing. I think you'll see the numbers come under. And again, part of that paving is doing some of the infrastructure. So some of that money this year I'd like to use to run an excavator for a couple of weeks. We still need to do a few culverts and get some things done for infrastructure-wise. So I wasn't expecting, hopefully not to use that whole $1 million. So, that was my plan.
So the condition of the Mount Road, that's not great. I mean, is that in worse condition than other roads on the list in case you need to marking check?
No, we already paved it. Right?
Yeah, but the finish
it just needs to finish.
Oh, finish,
So
okay.
somehow it got on this list. It got left out.
Okay.
It's like a non-negotiable.
Yeah. So that's something we're definitely going to have to surface. So there's obviously a couple thousand feet extra that was on the Beans Corner that we're not going to have to do. That will hopefully cover that cost. Again, there's some other stuff on there that's negotiable. So.
All right. Any questions from the audience? Yeah. I'll get the audience first, and I'll go to the council. Very well.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm new, so
Just for the record, just introduce yourself and where you're from.
Wendy from here.
Wendy Knowles.
from
Someone said I have
Pittsfield.
no Pittsfield. Thank you.
Right. Well, we won't bring that up because, based on the Constitution, I don't have to tell you who I am and where I live. So anyway, I just wanted to know, the two bids that came in, were those the only two bids that came in? Or are those the only two companies that even bother to bid?
That is correct. Some years we get a lot of bids. We send them out to 14 companies, and we had 2 other new companies get the bid specs, but I think it was more work than they would anticipate. We've been told by the state several times, and it's true, there's more work out there than there are pavers. And so work gets backed up, just like our work got backed up last year.
Right. And you said yours has like wiggle room?
Oh, yeah, there's
You
no-
overestimated what needed to be done?
Yeah, this is a common thing that I tend to do. We did
Well, yeah.
actually have, I worked with 4 estimators. One was Jeff from Pike, and I did work with Dave from Northeast Paving. I had another gentleman I worked from B&B and Hopkins Paving, all were
Yeah.
interested, and these were the only 2 of the 14 that actually did.
Huh, okay.
Last year, we were extremely fortunate. We had 6 bids, which normally we don't get. Usually we get 3 or 4.
Well, I know that these companies are having a really hard time getting workers, so
Correct, yeah.
and supplies, so, or materials, whatever you want to call it.
Anything else? You all set?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public input. Council, any questions or comments, please? Brian, go ahead.
Donnie, I see there's roughly $100,000 gap between the two. You ever go, because sometimes some contractors might do a little better than others. Do you ever go back to the ones that we might want to prefer and say, hey, can you sharpen your pencil and get a little closer so we can shift things the other way or something?
And that again is one of those things from with power of negotiation. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Pike and Northeast Paving are the 2 biggest pavers in the country. Actually, one of them's the biggest one in the world, and that's Pike. That's owned by Castle Rock, White Castle. And I'll be honest, some of these, there are jobs that they did not finish last year. Both of these companies that didn't finish last year for the state, that they're getting fined $5,000 a day because they're not finishing up and they bid on more work. So again, yeah, we prefer that. Sometimes we've talked about it in the past with the bid prices, if they come within 10% of the low bid. We've done it in the past. I think we did it before for paving. Was it 3 years ago, Catherine? 4 years ago, we had a paver, like there was a low bidder, and we did the next highest.
Yeah, 5 years ago, yes.
Because they were within 5 or 7% based on quality and the ability to do the work.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Council?
I guess my question is kind of along the same lines. Northeast and Pike have both done work for the town. My recollection is that Pike did a really good job. And Northeast doing the job they did last year and having things that they have to go back and fix, and there's still issues with it. Do you have a recommendation with one over the other? Just based on the quality of the work and not looking at the price tag?
Yeah, one of the things is that we've kind of closed the loophole this year. One of the things that I discussed with Catherine, you'll notice that the cost per day after a certain date is put a date when they need to get the work done. And I will be honest, a lot of them will push off town work because they have a certain date and a certain temperature they have to lay surface for the state. So we usually come last. This year we closed the loop. It's going to be done by September 15th. We've quadrupled or something the fine per day to make sure that the paving is done. Yeah, last year some of it was done late, later than I'd like to, but it's again 40 degrees and rising. One of the days I caught them and stopped them, it was 38 degrees and it wasn't rising. But again, I'm one guy. I mean, we've got 5 guys in public works. We have 3 or 4 trees. We're all busy.
Yep.
But they're all got work, and we have to, again, we put them in the bid this year, but we're going to put them in there, and again, you're going to have We've never used pipe, by the way, since I've worked for the town. We've never used pipe. We've used Hopkins, we've used B&B, we've used Precision, we've used Lane, which is now Northeast. We've never used pipe.
I thought we did a couple years ago.
We used to
Didn't
get,
we?
and I'll tell you why, is because we've never done a scope of the paving that we're doing now. Because remember, we used to do $100,000 a year in the early 2000s a year in our capital plan. And remember back in 2000, we eliminated that, so that's why we're behind $2 million on paving right now. So, yeah, so that was a bigger scope. We get some big fish involved. And again, their pricing is better because you're going to get some of these small companies that have to buy the mix from these two. So their mix is, it's going to cost them more per ton to lay it down because they're the ones that have the claims. So.
Quick question for you, Don. You mentioned contractually after September 15th and the fines per day. September 15th completion date based on what start date?
Whenever we award the bid. So whenever we decide to award the bid, they got from now until the 15th of September to finish it.
And they acknowledge that in their
In
quotes.
this bid form, they signed it. We've got them all there. They've all been bonded, everything else. So they're reputable. They're very easy to get bonds. So.
Okay.
And in the letter of award, we'll put in they're going to be fined if it's not done by September 15th substantially.
Reference to the contract.
Yep.
Anything else, Council?
Yeah, if we go through this process next year or the year after, this should be done like 6 months ago, or 5 months ago. This was approved in the budget process. It should have been on the first agenda item right at the beginning of the year. We should have gone out, got the loan, gone out to bid, and done all that. We're waiting until June 1st after these companies. You might get 6 companies if it was 5 months ago. But when it's June 1st and everybody's already got all their commitments for the summer, of course you're going to get, 1 or 2 with the, higher rates. If you did it 6 months ago, you might have a little more competition. And there's really no reason why we waited.
So
There's
the finance,
literally no reason.
The finance committee will have to meet sooner.
Finance committee has not, it's still the majority council. And the council approved it the year before. So the finance committee has really nothing to do with it. You still need majority vote.
All right, so if we don't want the finance committee to work on the capital improvement plan, then we won't do it. It's just
We
that they
worked on the capital improvement plan during the budget process and we all agreed we wanted to do these things. So you didn't need to wait 4 months, 5 months, whatever it was that we've waited. That should have been done, January 30th. It's not, but that's food for thought going forward.
It was brought up at finance committee meeting, but not discussed.
Well,
Because other things are more important.
it's a very valid point you make, Jason, and I agree with you 100% on that. I think we need to kind of move on to the next process and do that.
So we'll exclude the finance committee approval from the next year's.
You always take it to extreme.
No, we
Yeah,
can't.
okay.
No, I'm just going to make a note.
No, do
We'll
that. Yes, do
It'll
that.
make it easier.
Well, I think this discussion needs to be brought forward at another time. But I think you have a very valid point, Jason, because we may have had more than 2. Anything else, Council?
Donnie, sorry, Mike.
Go ahead.
When are you gonna refine this with, you're just gonna knock out the ones you don't want and reconfigure this, or when's that gonna tell us?
The first thing I'm going to do is make them realize that Northeast I thought would have caught that.
Yeah.
But again, they're doing hundreds of bids a week. That they only paid whatever it was, 6,600 feet, and they put a bid in on 8,200. They paid it. They knew how far they went. But
Okay.
yeah, there's some of the things that we can refine right away, and then we can come back to you and say, okay, this is where we're at.
Yeah.
What would you like me? Where would you like to go from there?
But that would be after we have a contract in place, we get the clock started.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd just say focus on, highly traveled roads and roads that we've
You betcha.
done a lot of, but haven't completed, like, say, the Crawford Road or Hayden's Road or some of those, instead of doing brand new roads that, the Dogtown Road, we've never touched, so.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
So talking about economy of scales, what do you feel like, what's the discount you get for paving this much? If you're going to pave 10 miles of road compared to 3 miles of road, do you get a discount on the mix? Do you get a discount Like, what are we?
Oh, yeah,
How much are we saving?
They're saving anywhere from probably 15 to 20%. And that's why I said it's tough for these small pavers. I've been working hand in hand with one of the guys from B&B, and I've known him forever, and he's estimator. And when we're getting prices at $128 for a 9.5 millimeter finish, that's what it's costing these guys pretty much to make it. So they're paying $140, $145. Well, they got to pay guys too. They got to pay pavers. You know, they have equipment. So it's kind of tilted a little bit.
Right.
A lot of times, these bigger ones will take state jobs and they'll leave the little ones for these guys the smaller guys to bid on. But I will tell you, the process is skewed. I mean, the state still awards contracts. It's still just awarded a couple or more to companies that are 2 years behind on work that they're already supposed to pave, and they're already awarded contracts, and we know you're not going to get the work done. But that's the problem.
So the smaller companies, unless it's a new company to the community, like we lucked out with Hopkins because they were working on some other work for a business in town, their prices are unfortunately higher because they have to buy the pavement, just as Donnie has indicated. So we would have ended up likely with Piper, Northeastern, again, as we have in the past.
And I just talked to Stanley this afternoon, and he said, you know, I'm having to pay more for that, because I'm going to have him do a couple of spots where we've done culverts. He said, I got to pay more for that for minutes. And he said, I can't afford trucking unless you want 50 trucks. I can't compete.
It's unfortunate.
It is.
So something we might want to think about, like in terms of economies of scale and concern about how many loans we have and things like that is, you know, if we know we're not going to pave next year because this is like the last year we want to be able to utilize the PERS money, then maybe a strategy going forward would be to take that gap year of paving and sit down and figure out like how much paving should we do at a time to maximize the amount of dollars that we're spending, and not do like small amounts of paving and maybe do 10 or 15 miles at a time every 3 years or something like that. So we space out our debt payments, and then we also get those chunks of work done. It also gives us gap time in between to get culverts done and side work done and things like that, to get all that prepped up for it, because it'll take extra time.
And that's what
to do
Jason's
that.
talking about, having a road plan. And we're sitting down, and like I said, the main road symposium, I'm going to get the software, we're going to plug it in so we know what we have for infrastructure. I mean, Burnham had a great thing 15 years ago, or 16 years ago. They borrowed $1.2 million. They did all the roads. They just borrowed 1.6 this past year, did it again. So every 15 years, they're getting new pavement all over.
And then you just pay
But
off
the
that.
problem
year
with
to
them
do.
is once they do the additional culverts like we're doing in West Pittsfield, that's an investment. You get 15 or 20 years. In town, that's a little bit more of a problem because you've got water, sewer, utilities, so there's a lot.
You almost have to have two-pronged approach.
Right, that's what we should do, and that's kind of what we did on this paving plan. You notice how it got kind of separated, the out-of-town roads versus the in-town roads.
Yeah. I think, you know, all these different strategies can kind of come together to kind of coalesce into that way of thinking about a holistic way to look at it.
So the way this resolution is written, there's name of the company, where they're from, the not to exceed, and there's a second line there. Add, delete roads in accordance with council discussion as long as the total amount of blank is not exceeded. So what is that number supposed to be? I don't see that.
It would be the same amount.
Be the same amount,
Yes.
okay. Any further questions, council? Anyone wants to make a suggestion?
I'm just going to reiterate the point Jason made a minute ago that, you know, not comfortable moving forward unless the roads that we've already started are taken care of, just because the uncertainty and what we have. And I'm assuming that we do have some latitude to mix and match list A and B.
Oh,
Well,
sure.
you almost definitely, like some of the things you did half a week with, why would you do the other half?
Right.
You know, well, we got good infrastructure. Some of that stuff makes good sense now. Again, you know, let's use, for instance, they're doing Dobson Street. That's another one that probably needs to get done. But Mill Street's a short one, it's narrow. I mean, that road's probably going to last with the amount of traffic. It could last another 10 years, so that's something you probably could take off the list.
Right.
So there's a lot of latitude there, yes. But
Okay.
there's going to things that are going to make sense, and there's going to, when we come back with this, you'll say, okay, that makes sense.
Okay. So they understand there could be some mixing and matching, we're gonna cherry pick
They've already
somebody.
been, yeah, that was part of the whole bid process, to let them know that no matter what they bid, if it comes in under or over, there may be some.
Okay.
That's kind of a given every time we do a paving.
This
Well, they're kind of used to it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we know that the numbers that are going in there is $1 million, right? That's it flat, because
Not
that's
to
what we
exceed.
borrow, right?
Like I said, we'll make sure we do it the right way.
Perfect.
Then council want to make another suggestion for resolution 2343?
Before we do that, I'm just going to make it known that I am going to recuse myself from this vote due to an ongoing personal matter with one of these companies.
Okay, very well.
I have a question again.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have a recommendation on who you'd rather use?
They're both reputable, and I'll tell you what, they're both bonded. And with my discussion, again, I've had good discussions with Northeast. I was talking to Matt Carey the other day, and he said, you're still holding money, you're still throwing. Yeah, there's still a crack issue that we promised to see, and there's a few things that are going to do. They're going to do the work. Believe me, either one of them are reputable. They're not going to have us calling a bond, because that's the end of them. So they're both going to do whatever it takes to make us happy. And I've had people that have complained, a few of them on one particular road out in West Pittsfield that complained, the road's not the same width, it's 3 feet narrow, there's a bunch of stuff going on, and that's why we're having an engineer. I mean, I can read a tape measure. I mean, I've had people say, why are you using tape measure? You need to use a wheel. Well, 27 feet, 27 feet, 21 feet, 21 feet, so. And if there is an issue, I do want to know, and that's why I tell people, call me, I'll go out and look at it, and we'll address it. I'm not a civil engineer.
Right.
But if there's a
I
crack
feel
in the
like-
road or something's not right, it's not sealed, like that Gary's been doing road work, and he's really good with it. And one of the biggest things that we've always said, it's not necessarily the paving, it's making sure that we have the infrastructure, ditching. There's 3 things that will make your roads last, and it's making sure you have to get water off the road, ditching.
Right. I think if you're going to do as much paving as Northeast did last year, you're going to have some spots that don't come out perfect. But it's the same thing. It's the scale of the work. I mean, you're used to seeing a mile of pavement go down, and yeah, there might be a 10-foot stretch that needs work. Well, if you do 10 miles of paving, there's going to be a lot more than that, right? So I guess I'm comfortable with using the other, and I appreciate them coming back and fixing it instead of complaining about it and saying, oh, geez, I can't believe, it was a subgrade. They could easily blame it on something else, honestly.
And, they will, and it's, and they've been doing it. The project engineer I've been working with, Ed Mason, this is not his first road. He worked for Lane, he's worked for Pike, he's good at what he does. And you can ask Gary said, well, yep. And he actually went out of the, 13 or 14 spots we found. He had like 13 of them. I mean, he already knew he was going back to repair before we even said anything. He said, I know where you're going to take me.
Okay.
I mean, I don't lay paving and for a living, and that's their specialty, but they've been pretty decent. Again, I don't want people to think that they're nagging and complaining, but if there's something that's legitimate there, we want to know. I mean, I got a lot of reports that the whole edges of the road were broken up on the Beans Corner Road. It was all on everybody's lawn. Well, they grinded the road out there. It was the millings that were down on the shoulders, and when it got soft, I asked when they plowed out there not to put out their wing. Well, communication needed did the wing, and then a little piece of pavement ended up on the thing. It was that, and it wasn't. Thank God, the edge of the road's cracked all the way up, and it was all the pavement on the side of the road.
Well, tell them they can keep it, it's free.
We did get some good ones. We had some people that did complain, and I told them, we can't have 108 miles of road both sides. If they rake it up, put it in a pile, we'll come out and take care of the issue. We've done that.
Anything else, council?
So, Mike, you're looking for a motion with a name and all
Yeah.
that? Okay, so
Yeah.
I'd like to make
Please.
the motion resolve the town council accept proposal of Northeast paving from Bangor not to exceed $100,000.
No.
1 million.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We wish.
Too many zeros. Not going to get that on there. Not enough zeros, I guess. Not to exceed $1 million, and also the total amount not to exceed $1 million as well.
That would be the bid amount, $1,196,358.50.
But we said that the amount, their proposal,
We're
in an
gonna
amount
do
not
$1
to
million.
exceed.
We're gonna do $1 million.
Yeah. To protect ourselves.
Okay. My correction. All right, so the resolution is now, as stated by Councilor Donahue, northeast from Bangor, not to exceed $1 million, and in accordance with the council discussion, the total amount of $1 million is not exceeded. Questions or comments on that before we go to vote?
A second?
Seconded.
Okay, very well. So now, my apologies. Any questions or comments on that, council? A little bit out of sync. Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 23-43 as noted, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, resolution 23-43 passes as noted. Thank you very much, council. Thank you very much, Don and Jerry. So, Catherine, let's move on to resolution 23-44, please.
Resolution 23-44. Resolved that the town council authorize the town manager to sign change order number 1 to construction package 2, construct taxi lane, apron, and T-hanger, which deletes P-401-1 airport bituminous pavement of 250 tons at $746.35 per ton in the amount of $186,587.50, and change order number 2, which adds item M-001-4, primary electrical upgrades at a price of $13,815.54, and increase the contract time by 3 calendar days, which such changes reduce the contract with Blaine Casey Building Contractor, Inc. of Augusta, Maine, from $1,920,601.29 by $172,771.96 to $1,747,829.33 on AIP project number 3-23-0036-20-2021 Taxi Lane, and AIP project number 3-23-0036-21-2021 apron and T-hanger.
Look for a motion to council, please.
Move the adopt resolution 23-44.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. So, this actually reduces the contract amount. This is a change order for less money.
Yes, this is a change order that addresses the paving issue that came up and how the engineering firm is going to do some of the paving. And it also has the agreement of the state of Maine that we can use a different paving mix because this was a very expensive one. As you can see, luckily our percentages doesn't make like that. And it does address the issue with CMP, in which the engineers did meet with CMP and thought that they had this calculated correctly, but when the contractor called up, it needs to have different alignment in order to have enough energy for the building.
I just wanted to make because I rarely in the negative. So any questions or comments from anyone in the audience, please? Very well. I'll close to public input. Council, any questions or comments on this? Resolution 23-44. Yes.
So this is kind of what we talked about a few weeks ago, where HTA caused some delays, but we are penalizing the contractor. Is that correct?
I didn't hear the last part. Penalizing.
We're penalizing the contractor by withholding money from them at the end. Is that correct?
Yes, at the end. Mhm.
Is this directly related to that? This
No,
resolution?
no, but we will be we're tracking the retainage and how it's going to be affected by other items that we discussed.
Okay, I guess that's what I was asking. This is not in direct correlation to
Correct.
the issues. This is just because they're doing less of the project.
Correct, they're gonna do
Okay.
less of the project. We discussed this last July when we went through how it was all gonna be funded.
I just was trying to, in a way, protect a contractor from taking a hit that they're not directly responsible for.
Yeah, I think that needed clarification, because given the discussion we had a couple of meetings ago.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Anything else, council? Very well. Hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 23-44, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 23-44 passes. Captain, let's move on to Resolution 23-45, please.
Resolution 23-45, resolved that the town council authorize the town manager to file a Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, airport grant from the Airport Improvement Program, AIP/Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Funding, BIL/AIG, for 3-23-0036-2023 for runway, airfield, wide crack, seal, and pavement markings for the Pittsfield Municipal Airport.
I'll look for a motion from council, please.
Move we approve Resolution 23-45.
Second.
Moved and seconded, thank you very much. And this is essentially approval just to file for the grant.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions from anyone in the audience? Very well, I'll close the public input. Council, any questions or comments on this resolution 2345? Very well. Hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 23-45, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 23-45 passes. Catherine, let's move on to resolution 23-46, please.
Resolution 23-46, resolved that the town council authorize the town manager to execute the contract for professional engineering services for the project of runway, airfield, wide crack seal and pavement markings for the Pittsfield Municipal Airport to include design, bid, and construction phase services for crack sealing and pavement markings under the Airport Improvement Program, AIP/Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Funding, BIL/AIG, for 3-23-0036-2023 between the town of Pittsfield and Paul Tanner and Associates, HTA, in an amount to not exceed $87,000.
Look for a motion from council, please.
Move we accept Resolution 23-46.
Second.
Moving the second, thank you very much. Question on this, Catherine, this 323-0036-blank. What is that?
Yes, when the grant is awarded, if it is, and I assume it will be, there will be a number assigned, but right now we don't know what it is. The rest of this is all of our regular numbers.
Okay. Now, this is also a different project at the airport.
Correct.
And Hoyle Tanner is the only company we can work with.
At this point, in order to get to have an engineer on board with the RFP that is out so that we can file by the appropriate deadline, we couldn't do anything until we met with the state. The meetings were backed up, as sometimes they are. And so Hoyle Tanner will be there trying to make sure that the airport hangar project proceeds forward when this work is going on.
Just the concern of HTA with the last debacle we've had with them, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. This would be their last project.
Good. So, any questions or comments from anyone in the audience on resolution 2346? Very well, I'll close public input. Council, any questions or comments?
You're assuming that we're gonna get that grant? Is that like,
Yes.
we're basically getting it?
Yes. It's our BIL funding. We've been told we will receive it.
Yeah.
But they are clear that
Town
if
pays.
we don't get it, they're not going to do the project, obviously.
Right. I just didn't want us to be on the hook for 87 grand.
Nope.
Is the fund,
Absolutely not.
is the funding in danger if we delay that in searching for a different engineer? I'm wondering if we're dooming ourselves to repeat errors, which,
They're not involved with a building or a more comprehensive project. They're involved with crack sealing and pavement markings. There should not be any issues with that. We've done it ourselves with the prior Public Works foreman and myself, and we were able to monitor it
Sure.
appropriately.
I mean, it was as simple as securing a bid. I mean, an email, bid award, please secure a price. I mean, that's the simplest of all projects, and I just don't know if we should continue to.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, you want to keep hitching horses with something like that.
It's a timing issue.
But does it affect our ability to receive the funding to not have that engineer in place? That's the only thing, because if it
The monies
doesn't,
are supposed to be guaranteed. The issue is the airport and the fact that the cracks are getting pretty bad. The state wants us to do the project, and so it is listed on our CIP. And of course, we want to do the project too. And who knows what a delay of a year would do
So,
with pricing.
sure.
but with the airport, if I may jump in, are there specific engineering firms that are qualified or allowed to do airport work? Is that right?
Yes, there would be a list. There's a process that we would go through. The state has changed the fact that they would assist you with the project. Now they said you're on your own, which is fine. We have the paperwork. It's usually a 3 to 4 month process. We would put out to all the airport engineers, and there's several companies that are interested. And then the airport committee and whoever else is involved would do the interviewing of the companies, and it is time for a change.
So I'm glad you mentioned the airport committee, because we kind of touched upon this last time we had this discussion with Hoyle Tainer and Associates. I think the comment maybe I had made it about having the airport committee have a higher visibility down there, not spend all the time down there. Of course, it's not realistic, but I think there are some things that maybe could have been watched or checked or inspected, like we don't hire Northeast and pave these roads, we'll check them out when they're done, kind of thing. And the other thing I wanted to kind of get clarification on, this $87,000, that's a grant. So
It will be a grant.
it will be a grant. So there's no money as of yet coming out of the town. So if it is a grant and they do for some reason go over, I mean, is the town on the hook for that, or does that go back to the grant? I mean, there's got to be, I guess what I'm trying to get at, there's got to be an outline that HTA has to go by. There's certain steps they have to do. They're beholden to someone other than the town of Pittsfield, is what I'm saying.
Yes, the federal government and Maine DOT. And there's some reorganization that's going on here. We did have one project that got sidetracked here, which is the airport hangar and taxiway, but generally we have not had any issues, especially on these more simpler projects.
Is that something that you can have input on the contract so that there's, similar penalties to them should they not fulfill some level of that, right? Because I mean,
Input from the airport committee would be helpful there, I think.
yeah, I mean, I still go back to $300,000.
The airport committee has been involved at different times. We have reached out to them to monitor what's going on at the airport. They hang around at the airport. So, they like the airport, so they can go check on things. And we do have Frank Woodworth checking on items for us. He's already clued me in on a few things.
Okay.
Should we write the resolution so it addresses the fact that we don't get the grant, the work is not going to happen?
The letter will have that, yeah. I mean, if they ever try to get all the money and not do the work, the state of Maine would be right after them. The federal government would be after them. And we, of course, would be.
No, I guess the way I took it was that if they do the work and we don't get the grant, so I would be on hook for $87,000.
Right.
No. And these are more guaranteed grants than the other ones are, because it's specific funds for recovery.
We do have a 5% match, so.
Correct. Now, we were supposed to have a 5% match on the hangar in a taxiway, and we did not so far, so that's been very good. That's saved us some money to make up for other over expenditures regarding the company.
You mentioned that other companies were interested in this work, but we're just going to oil tanner.
Well, we have to sign a contract for a certain period of time. We're coming to the end of that. We did a general construction project overall with the amounts on it a few months ago because we had to do that. They're at the end of their period. We could, of course, if we decided that they were the contractors, we can renew it. But we're going to go through a process of interviews and everything. I suspect we know what's going to happen.
So I wonder if the airport committee, because it's a very specific group, I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to be it, because I don't know anything about the airport flying with, you thought of Frank Woodworth, I mean, he made his living contracting, doing roads and that kind of work. I mean, would he, I guess not a question, but more of a statement, he would probably be a very good resource to say who else is in the work, who else we could look at.
Yeah.
And, you know, to go back what Jason had mentioned before about trying to get these done a little bit ahead of time, ask the question now. Okay, if this passes tonight, the airport committee, and we have other ones coming up, is there another engineering firm that you've seen other places? You know, it's start picking their brains.
Yeah, they'll be involved in that process, and they do know of other firms. And
Okay.
we've already been contacted by two.
Yeah, I guess the point, you know, not to beat a dead horse, but I guess the point is that if we had, you're talking about working with HTA because we didn't have a whole lot of time to do the background and interviews and find someone else. You know, so HTA has kind of left a foul taste in all of our mouths, I believe. So it's just lessons learned. Let's move on, and so we don't wait till the last minute to do the paving. We don't wait till the last minute and deal with a company that we really don't want to.
Well, we had to have the Maine DOT approve the project on the CIP so that we could go forward with it.
Right, understood, but at least have other arrows in the quiver, you know, other companies that we can talk to. We don't have to have a process and project in mind. We say it's certainly a good idea to network, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, there won't be any other projects until next year because we have enough going forward in the monies that are available. So a new engineering firm would be on before it.
Right, but certainly not too early to start asking questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One quick question on that point. Is it because they are involved already in the airport grant or in the airport project, or is it because we have them on retainer as of now?
They're on a retainer that runs out shortly.
So would we not be able to consider the engineering firm that's working on the downtown project?
This isn't their expertise.
It's not their area. Okay, so they're not involved in it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a specific list and
Understood.
certifications, and their fee is based upon the rates that are approved by the federal government.
Okay.
Anything else, Council? Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 23-46, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, Resolution 23-46 passes. Catherine, let's move on to Resolution 23-47, please.
Resolution 23-47, resolved that the town council approve the designation and expenditure of up to $6,000 for projected advertising costs for the town manager search from the economic and community development budget.
I look for a motion from council, please.
Move we accept resolution 23-47.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So let's, if I can find this page here, please.
106.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I only got one in.
Just letting you know.
I know. I'm there.
80 pages of background there.
I'm here now. All right, so just a little background for everybody. We have three members of the Town Manager Search Committee on board here this evening. It is myself, Councilor Jester, and Deputy Mayor Margolski. Three other people from the town, Natalia Hall. We have Mr. Andy Bighue, and we have Lindsay Holmstrom that are on the committee. We have gone through, part of the process is to identify where we get most bang for our buck for advertising. We've come up with six different sites, actually 5 different sites that we would want to advertise, and they each come at a certain cost. The first one is MMA, and they are 6 weeks, and they are free. There's no charge to that. Jobs Main site is 30 days, and that's $500. The Morning Sentinel, we have 30 days online, and that's $500. The Morning Sentinel, 5 days in print at $1,800. Indeed, job search site is 30 days, and that's at $1,600. And LinkedIn, a very professional type of Facebook for those unaware. That's also 30 days at $1,600. So the total is $6,000. So part of the,
Can I make a clarification?
Yep.
Okay. On the Morning Sentinel, the first Morning Sentinel is actually an addition that they're doing for Live and Work in Maine. Okay, but we're doing it through the Morning Sentinel.
Okay.
And the Morning Sentinel for 5 days includes a 30-day online.
Okay.
So it's 5 days in print, 30 days online.
Okay.
Okay. The first Morning Sentinel is actually Live and Work in Maine through the Morning Sentinel. They'll submit it. Okay, and it's for 30 days.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
So the process that we need to go through is, as a search committee, we certainly don't have that money at our disposal to do as we wish. We ask to present to the council for allocation of funds by way of resolution. So that's that request for the money on this resolution 23-47. So with that amount of background clarification, any questions from anyone in the audience? Have any questions, comments? Very well, I'll close public input. Council, any questions on this? Yeah.
I'm trying to recall the conversation. Was it originally $10,000 for the whole search and interview process?
I believe so, but for advertising right now, that's where we want to start. I'm sure we'll probably come back. Let's say if we have a couple candidates and we need to, bring them on board at cost, whatever it's going to be, then we come back and request more.
So that'd be about $4,000 that would be left.
I believe so.
And this is only 30 days. So this is like a 30-day budget for advertising.
Well,
Except for MMA, which is 6 weeks.
yeah.
And I'm assuming that can be renewed afterwards for an additional 6 weeks, the listing.
The MMA,
Yeah.
I would hope so. Yeah.
You can put it back on, you just resubmit
It
it.
Actually,
takes
it-
6 weeks and then it's off and then you have to put it back.
I think if you poll people who have done this numerous times or been in the industry, I think if you don't have, especially for the type of job that we would be advertising in the sites, say LinkedIn and Indeed, let's just look at those two. I think 30 days is more than sufficient. I think probably within 15 days, we're going to have probably 90% of the people that would apply for it anyway.
You get your largest interest the first weekend the ad.
Yep.
So,
Yeah. And they have a very effective search engine. You can put in a search, keywords you want to put in, or locations, or regions, or pay, and they scan it all. And they send you emails constantly. I still get them from years ago.
Understand that, in the ad itself, we're putting in that the applications have to be submitted to us within 30 days. We're giving 30 days from,
that was my next question. So the committee will advertise for 30 days, all applications are due, review will begin, and then start weeding.
correct.
Okay. That was
30 days from when we're able to get them actually in the process, because that would be next thing I have to deal with. How can it be paid? Because I know the issues that Catherine talked about before, not being able to do Indeed because they don't take POs. So we'll have the money allocated. Now we're going to figure out how we're going to take the money and actually put it in their coffers so we can submit our ad. I know it was,
So Catherine's got the card.
the car, but it's, what, $1,000 limit?
Each of the cards has $1,000. One is the recreation, which we would use for this. The other one is all the other 10 departments. So I did contact the company and asked, can I make out a check for $1,600? This is what we're doing. Can we put it onto our card? And they said they do not accept overpayments, and they would send it back to us. So then I asked, can I increase it, temporarily here or permanent to get this done? And so they started the process, but that will take a while. So we'll keep working on it. Got to pay the bills the day they come in, basically.
Is there a way to schedule the ads so that you can have rolling charges and payments all going on the card and then schedule the ads all to start on the same? do you
We
know what I
haven't
mean?
asked that
Schedule
question.
them all to start like 10 days from now and then like every day make an ad.
Well,
Maybe
that will be,
you know.
that may be a question we'll have to ask. However, what we're asking for now is the funds so that we start this process. Because with the Indeed, I know there's a setup where there are several options. You can have it so much per
Per application.
application, and then you could have 72 hours of applications that you don't think will fit. You can cancel it, and you won't get charged for that application. So there are different structures to do this, and I think we're going to probably learn as we go. We have a fairly good idea. Each one of us took one of these sites, so we have, I'm the Indeed expert. Someone did LinkedIn, someone did Morning Sentinel, Jobs in Maine. So getting the money first, and then we're going to meet probably by Zoom or just have discussions over email. Okay, what do we do next? Where we need to do this, and then it'll involve discussions with Catherine on how this gets done.
So the town has accounts in which we can charge for jobs in Maine. There's never been any issue. Morning Sentinel, we've been using Bangor Daily News, but we were able to charge the ads there, and we think we could. The issue will really be with Indeed and Lincoln, and I did explain to the credit card company if we could move things along and try to increase this, that would be a good thing to do, but we'll have to figure out how to structure this.
So would there be a way, I know this is not the discussion for what we're talking about now, but would there be a way, take one of those $1,000 cards, put 1,000, he said there's another one, put 600 on, and then pay it immediately? I mean, because especially those two, that's where we're gonna get the most bang for our
Yeah.
buck. I mean, you talk about a day, a week, a month.
So actually, the bills just came in, and I didn't have time to do a warrant, because I did 4 warrants. So I'm going to pay those tomorrow. I'm assuming that nobody will have an issue if I pay the credit cards off to have them be 0, so we can start out with 0 without having everybody run in for an expense warrant.
Yeah, but it's a moot point if the charge is $1,500 if you only get a balance of $1,000.
Right, but they'll charge as you go along, at least on the Indeed, the charges go as you go along. That was always the problem using my credit card because I only had a certain amount, so it would stop at that point. So you've got to watch it and go in there, each day.
Jason?
Does an employee of the town have to pay these bills?
Pardon?
Does an employee of the town, as in yourself, have to pay these bills? Or can anybody put these on their credit card and you reimburse them with a PO and a warrant and all
Of
that?
course, we tried not to do that, but we may have to.
I know we try not to, but this sounds like a fiasco waiting to happen.
That's important.
And I would like to expedite this a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
if you
I was hoping we could
say
do
you
it without
get a
doing
check
that.
to, maybe not the mayor, but to maybe the mayor, here's $6,000, and he puts it on a credit card that he can, and finagle that, and
So we're all set.
It's a wash.
with The
Like-
top 4 are all set. Indeed is the one we
All
got
right.
to watch, and we need to call Lincoln and find out exactly when the charging is done.
And I hope, I didn't want to broach that because it's kind of uncomfortable, but if it's the only way it's going to get done, I have no
well, I
issue.
know some folks, like, when there's events in town and they just need to go buy something, they go and buy it, and you reimburse them. It's really no different than that. It's obviously a significant amount,
Yeah.
more money, but some people that's not an issue for.
Well,
So-
we've used my card for years, so if you have to use it once, it's
Yeah,
not too bad.
I'm just,
Well, it's a discussion, session we will have very, very soon, apparently. So, Any other questions on funds being requested and why they're being requested in the amounts? All right, very well. Hearing none, I sense ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 23-47, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 23-47 passes. Catherine, let's move on to Resolution 23-48, please.
Resolution 23-48, resolved that the town council appoint Nicole Nicholas as warden and Tina Farias, Hillary Bulgar, and Brittany Matiba as deputy wardens for the June 13, 2023 MSAD 53 school budget election.
Look for a motion, council, please.
Move we approve Resolution 23-48.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments from anyone in the audience?
By wardens, you just mean they're the ones that are checking people in, making sure they're legal and all that?
Scan around the ballot boxes, make sure they direct the public.
Okay.
Those fine, happy, smiling people that help you vote every time. That's what. Don't let the word warden throw you.
Yeah.
I know, that warden, that's not a good word.
We can call them, something else. I don't know. I can't think of anything smart and trite.
You will later on.
Yeah, I will. After we adjourn, I'll have a good one. Anyone else in the audience? Very well, I will close the public input. Council, any questions or comments on this? Fairly standard. Very well, hearing none, I sense we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 23-48, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution 23-48 passes. Catherine, let's wrap up the evening with Resolution 23-49, please.
Resolution 23-49, resolved that the town council sign the warrant and notice of election to call the MSAD number 53 budget validation referendum to be voted on June 13, 2023.
I will look for a motion to council, please.
Move we adopt Resolution 23-49.
Second. Moved and seconded. Thank you, gentlemen. Questions or comments from anyone in the audience? There's a follow-up. Very well. I'll close the public input. Council, any questions or comments? Very well. Hearing none, I sense we are ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 23-49, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
So everyone's asleep.
Oh, you good?
I was already asleep.
Was it an aye?
It was.
Okay. Ayes have it. Resolution 23-49 passes. So number 8, discussion items. There are none scheduled for this evening. We will go right to reports, and I will start with the audience. And if anyone in the audience have any item to discuss, or questions or comments, and anything they would like to bring up,
I agree.
the floor is yours.
If you don't mind, I'm going to stand up there so I'm not talking to people's backs. I have a couple of things to bring up. One, in my opinion, brings up kind of a overreach of a town employee. It concerns the transfer station, and there was apparently a sticker check. And a member of my family went to the dump or transfer station, I apologize, and there was a town's member and somebody that they didn't know. The town's member, Mike Cady, I don't even know what his position there is anyway, but turns out that when you trade in your car, you really should peel the dump sticker off your windshield because they're not going to let you go through. That kind of bothered me because we've been taxpayers in this town for a very, very long time. There could have been some discretion used. I could have said, hey, we realize that you left your dump sticker on the car that you traded in. Just make sure that tomorrow, or it was a Saturday, so it would have to be Tuesday or Monday, you go in the town office and you get another sticker. Which brings up another point, they really should not be $20 every single time. There should be a nominal fee for the second one. And it brings up a point. You have to get a dump sticker in January, you have to have a new one. Okay, so how was he able to go to the dump until May? Was Mike implying that the staff at the transfer station is not doing their job? Because I can tell you right now they are. That is the most organized, cleanest, well-run transfer station I've ever been to. So the staff up there I don't have a problem with. What I had a problem with was somebody in this town that I don't even know what authority he had to send anybody away, sent a taxpayer away just because his sticker wasn't stuck to it was with his old car. Like I said, I like to end with a positive, and the positive with that is that I do have a great deal of respect for Mr. Noble and Mr. Whitman, the people that are up there day after day after day taking care of everybody else's trash. So that's the positive. Those guys are awesome. That one day where that one council member, why he was up there, I don't know. How he was able to send somebody away that is a taxpayer of this town, I don't understand either. But anyway, that was my positive, that the transfer station is a completely well-oiled machine, and it was just that one person that I had a problem with. The next one is going to be a little bit uncomfortable for me because I've never actually done this before. I came into the town office on Tuesday after Memorial Day to inquire about how I get nomination papers to run for school board. Now, apparently Nicole was out. She'd been out for a while, which, hey, everybody deserves a vacation. I wish I had gone with her. So a new employee named Britton came to help me. And she did what any good employee would do when faced with a question you cannot answer. You go to your manager, who at the time happened to be the town manager. She went in and asked the town manager a question about what I was asking. She came out with a rudimentary answer that basically did not give me any information that I needed. Now, a lot of you in this room know me. A lot of you I've had as students. Some of you I just know personally. There isn't any one of you in this room that is going to say that I am quiet in any shape or form. Any stretch of the imagination. I've never been quiet since the day I was born. For her to sit in that office when I had more questions is unacceptable. She is a town employee. You are her boss, I am her boss. We pay her salary. For her not to come out of that office infuriated me. And if I hadn't had a time constraint, the day would have ended way different. Because that is unacceptable. And if you are not willing to come help a tax-paying citizen of this town, then get the hell out of that office and don't come back.
Anyone else in the audience?
So I'd like to answer, I was
Yes,
asked one
please.
question when the nomination papers would be out, and I indicated they would be out in Augusta, and we would do the advertising at that point. And
Yes, and I had more questions.
Hold on.
And if I didn't
No one
realize,
interrupted you, let her respond.
I didn't realize you had other questions, I was asked one question and thanked, and that was fine. I didn't realize I needed to come out. If I had been asked, there were other questions, I would have come out. It'd take me a little bit of time to get my leg going, but I would have come out and met with you.
Okay, that being said, Brittany was afraid to come back in that room. She looked at me with the most dejected look on her face, raised her hands like this, looked at your office like, I can't go back in there. And to me, that means that is not a very good work environment, and it lends me to believe that the revolving door of clerks that we have upstairs lately is a direct result of the management that goes on in that office.
Since the clerks come in the office, I would say 50 to 60 times a day, they don't seem to be, intimidated by coming in.
Well, I really can't speak to that because she's not here. But you could hear me ask her more questions. I know you could, because I am very loud.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? All right, very well. I will go to the council. Deputy Mayor Margolski, let me start with you, please.
I have no report, although I'd like to ask one of your questions. Did you initially get a dump sticker for 2023?
Yes.
And it was on your car?
It was on the car when it was traded in, yes.
Did they make you pay for a second dump sticker?
Mhm. I had to pay for 2. My son has had to pay for 2. I now have the receipt, though. I have the receipt in my pocketbook. So if they say that I don't have a dump sticker, I'm going to hand over the receipt.
but why would you pay for 2 if you already paid for 1 for 2023?
Because it was on the truck that was traded in.
To me, it doesn't matter because that's...
There's no record of
2023.
it. There's no record of it. Apparently, there's no record of who buys dump stickers because we had to buy another one.
Oh,
And then I had, that's why I said the $20 fee for each sticker is ridiculous because if you lose your fishing license, it's $3. If you lose your registration, it's about $5. There should be a nominal fee. I mean, yeah, people
But there
lose
should
their
be a
dump
record
sticker.
of it too.
Well, one would think.
Yes, we have a book with all of the dump stickers listed.
But on Saturday, you're closed. How are they going to know who's got a dump sticker if the town office is closed?
Well,
If they don't have the list.
In defense of the people down there, if that's all they had to go
I
by,
have nothing against them guys.
if that's all they had to go by, and being an employee of that department, it was well within his rights to do. It was well within his rights to do so. He probably could have handled it differently. I get that, but he let me finish.
Yeah, I'm
He
reading.
had nothing else to go on. Maybe he does know you, maybe he doesn't know you. Maybe Donnie can tell you all kinds of stories of people say, yeah, I have one, doesn't have one, or doesn't have one but used it, I'm just saying, you really shouldn't judge what happened on a Saturday because there wasn't any way they could track the names. Okay?
But he is
No,
let me finish. I have the
we are
plan.
closed the public input. I'll let you finish this question, Wendy. It's not going to be an open discussion.
My problem is that a person that has lived here all their life, or 90% of their life, that staff member could have used a little bit of discretion and said, hey, it's okay today, but make sure you go Monday and get a dump sticker. You don't send somebody that lives in this town that pays taxes away from a transfer station that they pay for, but they lost that one little sticker for a day.
Right, understood. We're going to move on as soon as I say this, but understand that it could have been handled differently. However, by the letter of the law, there was no sticker. Okay? Whether they live here forever or not.
Yeah, I was...
It could have been handled differently. I understand that, and I'm acknowledging that.
I agree with you. My question wasn't so much that the person was turned away.
Yep.
But why did she have to buy a second one the following week? Because there should have been a record of her having purchased one
Yep.
at the beginning of the year.
Well, nobody could find it because we both had to buy a new
All
one.
right. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
I'm done.
There is a record, and that was an item that the council discussed several years ago when the dump stickers became a yearly fee, that a charge would be made. If the council would like to change that, it can be changed when the program.
No. The whole point being made that if there was records of who buys it when the person had gone in on a business day and had to buy another one because it wasn't in the records that the first one was already bought, there's a problem.
Well, it must be in the records. I'll check tomorrow. I didn't realize there was
It may be worth a follow-up because if you already bought one, there's no need that you should have bought the other one.
Right, that was my point.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
check the list.
Okay. Councilor Frost.
I'm going to go back to what Howard had made a comment earlier there on the paving and trying to get revenue down the road. And I brought this up several times. I know the town has several hundreds of acres of land they own. And yet, some of that land, the town is never going to do nothing with. And yet, if they sold that land, they would generate revenue to go into the pot. And two, now you keep getting a steady revenue from the landowner paying taxes on it. So that would, down the road, help surplus some of the kitty we have, or maybe.
Yep.
That's the only point I have.
All set?
Yep.
Good. Very good. Councilor Jester.
Just I received a message earlier today that I don't want to misquote this, so I want to make sure I pull this up here. There has been some concern about being able to reach someone regarding the annual state validation audit. Members of the state of Maine have been trying to reach out to our town in excess of 5 times over the last month and have not had a return phone call. So I would assume that that's an issue that we would want to address immediately. And I don't think that that's something that should go to a point where a town employee or otherwise has to reach out to a member of the council and get an answer. We should be handling those types of important calls
Can
as
you
they come
send that
through.
to me so we can give it to the assessor?
Sure.
Because the assessor meets with the state and submits information each year.
Sure. Absolutely. I'll send you an email on it. I'll copy you on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be
If you
good.
would.
We'll contact
Absolutely.
the contractor.
All set?
Oh, good. Thank you.
All right, very good, thank you, Craig. Councilor Donahue, please.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right, very well, thank you. Councilor Saucier.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Public Works they started mowing out in West Pittsfield on the country roads, and they're getting the wing bush hog out there and really getting into the ditches and getting it opened up again, back to the lake it was when I was a kid, which was seemingly a long time ago now.
Really, it gets
A
longer.
really long time. I'm like the old guy at the baseball park nowadays, but no, it looks really good. The motor's nice and short, and they're getting back the shrubs, and they're getting spots to put the snow during the wintertime, and it looks really good. And I don't know who else involved with the Memorial Day parade, but it was really good. I went down, and my kids were playing in the band, and it was like pre-COVID, like just the whole town was out there. There was music, there was a lot of people, a lot of smiles, and it was just like, God, this is what it's all about, right? I mean, it's just bringing me back to pre-COVID times when the excuse kind of ended everything else for us. But as far as the dump sticker and the dump and the town and employees, I think I never blame the person. I always blame the process. I think he was probably put in a hard spot where this is a hard line and this is what I'm supposed to do, and you should have absolutely, some people would show some discretion, some people wouldn't, depending on their personality, I guess, but it goes back to management for me. It's just the management and it's the process. So I don't like to blame people because a lot of times it's what you put in front of them that they're trying to follow, and I just think it's more of a management thing. That job should be set up so just about any individual can do it and be successful, despite of their personality. And I think it's more of a management thing. But I appreciate you coming here
Good point.
and talking about it, because we can fix things like that, or we can help fix things like that, right? So I appreciate you talking about it tonight. That's it.
All set? All right, thank you, Eric. Councilor Hall, please.
Yeah, we got some things. Just wanted to check on the status of the permanent speed sign down on Altoma. Have we got the information? There's like a chip for something.
Software,
yeah. We're still waiting on that?
I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to hold anybody from the state.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to check on that. There's some people on Deltona that bring that up to me quite a bit. So.
Yes.
All right. And Catherine, I think you've provided this before. If we can get an update, you have like the grant statuses. You have a spreadsheet that you've given us recently.
Yes.
Have you
a
given?
Word document, yes.
Is that? I can't remember the last time that's been sent, but
Yeah, I can update
Just
that.
like an update. I mean, don't spend, it's not a high
No, I've
priority,
already
but
spent enough time in May
Yeah.
on all those grant reimbursements.
I already talked to Bernard about maybe moving that school bus that greets us as we're coming into town by the dump. That looks like a train wreck that he doesn't really, I don't think they really use it for training all that much.
I think they did once, didn't they?
I think it is once.
I don't know, but it's sat there for
Yeah.
like 15 years and never moved, so, yeah, so that'd be good, because I think that's a terrible look
All
coming
the other
down.
stuff that's hidden in the bush.
Go to Detroit.
It was good to see the update on the web road. There's a lot of violations there, and that's really good to see because I've gotten a lot of complaints at that location. Another awkward or odd thing would be the horse manure issue again. Our main street is covered in horse manure, and I think that looks awful. Is that an ordinance that can be passed, or is there a conversation that can be had with,
Free fertilizer.
We could.
not on the main street, it's not free
I
fertilizer.
think we would start with a conversation with
Okay,
them.
well, somebody should head that up. I don't know if it's Al or.
Yeah, we'll find somebody to talk to them. We need to determine which are the people we need to talk to,
It's,
or
Yeah.
if they wander around.
okay, anyway. I just don't, like, there's a business on Main Street that details cars, and he backs out over a horse manure, and it's, like, that's ridiculous. Like, my dogs can't do that, so why do we have horses doing that?
Your dog is a big door.
Yeah, pretty much. And then everybody's favorite topic, the dump truck money of 2022 and 23. I just want to make a point that April 18th, we said that we were going to act on the 2022 money, and we were going to act on it right then so that Donnie could go and buy a dump truck right then. We didn't want to wait for the whole public hearing and the 6 weeks, and we didn't want to wait until the end of June. We wanted him to go out and buy it, the next meeting or whatever it was. We never acted on that, and now we're not acting on it based on tonight's conversation, it sounded like. And I just think we've literally wasted 2 months that Donnie could have been gone out for RFP, buying the truck. There's used vehicles that he's missed out on now. I have no idea how that went off the rails or why that didn't happen, but it should have happened. And we wasted an incredible amount of time at that meeting and in previous meetings, specifically on that topic, for it to go by the wayside and waste 2 months was ridiculous. It's just a microcosm of everything going on and nothing happening, and so I don't know. I guess that's my vent on that topic. Hopefully we're moving forward and Donnie can get a new truck now with this 2023 money, but it just irritates me to sit around and not accomplish things that we have talked about ad nauseum. And on that high note, I guess I'm done.
So, let me ask a question if you don't mind. Why did that delay? Kathy, do we have any idea why that delayed?
Yes, we had that listed on the agenda, but there was a difference of opinion at the council meeting on whether there were 2 trucks or 1 truck. And when it was discussed that there was 1 truck, then 1 truck went forward.
That's not true.
Yeah, I can go back to the materials, it's pretty clear.
I watched that meeting 3 times today, and at the 1 hour and 41 minute mark, Heather had an excellent idea of buying the 2 trucks. We move forward with the 2023 money. We go to public hearing and all that, but we also move forward with the 2022 money because that gets Donnie his money instantly, and he can go and possibly buy the K&F dump truck for $57,000 that was available at that time. So he could have done that literally in 2 weeks. So May 2nd, he could have done that. In addition to that, we weren't sure what Stan was doing with the plowing, so we were going to move forward with the 2023 money. When you went out to bid and you finally figured out what Stan was doing with roads, we would have that money. If he wasn't going to do it, we could move forward with that second dump truck in August so that we weren't hung out to dry with no equipment to plow roads. So, I mean, I watched it 3 times. It is accurate, and it was said at this meeting, and everybody was in consensus. So there was no what to do type thing. It was, we're moving on this one, and we're moving on this one. Granted, we were worried about the mill rates and all that,
I'm pretty sure
but we were going to move forward and then decide on the 2023 money if we were going to purchase it or not. But the 2022 money, we said, go ahead and do it, Donnie. Basically, we had to have a resolution on the May 2nd one,
We need the.
but we never did.
We need the specific information on the truck, so as soon as we receive it, we're able to move forward.
because I was the
Well, 2 months ago, you could have
I was the
worked
hang
that out between the two of you. Right?
Right, I was the hang up that evening because I couldn't understand it. Based
But you
on
weren't, but you weren't. 'Cause
At
At
the
the end
end-
of the meeting,
Oh, yeah.
Heather made it clear.
Absolutely.
But
And we were all
online, we
agreed.
still had consensus, we had the majority.
Oh, 100%. I was the reason for the hang up until she explained it and kind of
Right.
freshened the
Yeah.
viewpoint of what we were doing.
So Donnie, where are you with that? Have you gone out for pricing? What's going on with that?
I've looked at a bunch of used trucks.
Okay.
Obviously, we're not gonna get new. I told you guys $180,000.
Yeah, we
buy a
know.
dump truck.
Right, so how,
But I've got a couple, I've sent a letter of intent on a couple of trucks that O'Connor's been holding on me on a letter of intent. And I was told that we have to wait 30 days from wherever we pass that, and I cannot spend a dime until June 23rd. So I've asked them to hold.
so we're gonna have something on the agenda June 23rd?
Prior to that, we talked
Okay.
about the due date
Okay.
for the council next.
But-
council.
So next
June
next
23rd
council meeting, we'll have.
But June
something.
23rd is the 2023 money.
Right.
Right.
June 23rd is the date you have that, they're gonna hold the truck. That's where that date's coming.
Well, yeah, I
No,
just sent a letter
it's
of
coming
intent.
from the approval of the
We're
letter.
Right, the bottom line is the next
We're
meeting.
gonna have money, we're gonna buy something.
But the bottom line was, we could have done
I
it
know,
6 weeks
I
ago.
know.
So we're all set with Stanley's truck, and so we'll
Because
move
you-
forward with that one too. He's letting the town use it. He said he didn't need a down payment. He would get the money in the summer.
So bottom line, have you got what you need? Your
What is this?
Second.
What is happening here?
Hold on.
So we have 2 trucks.
You have the information you need, you're pursuing it, and we're gonna have something on our agenda for next time to talk about Trucksfield.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
are we purchasing a truck from Stanley? Is that what I just?
Yes.
It may be one of the options that he's looking at.
So is that the 2022 money? Or is that part of the money from?
That's,
It would be the 2020 money.
2022?
Which we literally said tonight we weren't doing. But we won't.
We've definitely gone back and forth on that in terms of
We have.
yes or no. So Stanley
quite
had
clear.
indicated that we could utilize that truck as long as we fix any items on it, and guarantee it will be ours, and it's a reasonable price.
okay.
So he's been using
So
it.
the next meeting, we're gonna see something on the agenda that's gonna take care of this whole thing,
Yes.
right? Donnie?
Yes, and both these 2 vehicles, one we were gonna be, right now, we're down 1 dump truck. So we were gonna rent it for $1,500 a week, and Stanley said he would let us buy the truck that he's got for $45,000, plow, wing, it's got a Swenson body on it, sander, it's ready to go for $45,000. And this other one is, it's gonna be around $45,000 to $50,000. So 2 trucks is gonna be way under the $180,000. We're not even getting close to
Okay.
needing another $180,000.
So we'll have it on the agenda next time.
It's way under.
So you don't need.
So we need to get the information in writing from the company, so we have the specifics.
June 20th.
Yes.
Okay,
It'll
good. We'll be here.
Can I ask one more question
Yes.
about that? The 1,500 rent, that's over and above
No.
Versus price,
We've
we've got two home.
We've had it for 2 months right now, and he hasn't charged us nothing, pending that we were gonna buy the truck before fall got here. So we're using it like rent-free.
No, Stanley's very helpful. He's not using the truck. He said we could use it. We would
So we're not
purchase it
paying
at
that
the end of
$1,500 a
summer.
week to use it, pending that we buy it by the fall. And it's, like I said, both vehicles are gonna be well under $700,000.
Just out of
Let's
curiosity.
wrap this up, okay?
Yeah, but what liability does that put Stanley or the town in, should there be an incident? Like, can't we just get that on the next meeting's agenda to just buy the truck?
Sounds like it
That,
could
we
be.
already mentioned that, we're gonna have both of them next meeting, next meeting.
We just talked about this one 2 seconds ago.
Yeah,
Donnie, how many trucks are you gonna have on the agenda for next time?
Well, I talked about Catherine.
How many trucks are you gonna have on the agenda for
Let's
next
have
time,
both of
too?
them.
All right, thank you. There we go. That's the answer I was hoping for. Perfect.
Okay? Jason? Anything else?
So the 2022 money's never being touched. We don't even have that, so it's not, we're not acting on it. 2 trucks are gonna be bought with the 180 grand that we approved tonight for the 2023 money
No,
at
we
the
can use the
4.4.
2022 money.
No, just, okay. I'm good.
We're all set.
I don't think you
Stanley
are.
was very helpful.
All set?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I'll be very brief on the wrap up. So what I have done always, I try to make it a point to at the end of every meeting, because we've been meetings here, we've had 7 councilors and absolutely no one in the audience. So thank you all very much for showing up. Wendy, thank you for coming. I know it's not easy, a lot of people don't like doing that. I appreciate you coming, and I would like to encourage everybody, anybody, good, bad, or indifferent, to attend the meeting. So thank you for coming here. It wasn't easy, I'm sure, because rarely do people come here and say how great everything is, and I just want to talk about flowers and unicorns and Care Bears. It doesn't happen. So,
That's why I try to, whenever I do a negative, I do a positive.
you kind of made me smile, because I've known you for a while, and that's kind of where you are. So I appreciate you showing up and everyone else here. So the other thing that just very briefly, I'm always the one that wants to take civic duty very seriously. I like to see people join in committees and join the council. And the simplest thing to do is vote. June 13th, we're doing the MSAD 53 budget. It's kind of an odd time to do it. It's next Tuesday, middle of a work week, nothing else going on, but please make it a point to vote. It's very important. And that's all I've got. So with that, I will look for a motion.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
I got turned around as a dump a couple years ago.
No, I was supposed to have this done. No, I was cutting wood on the table, so I wanted to go kick back. They don't cut, what I've been cutting things for 4 hours. I got 103 wood. I don't know if I was over, it's quite tight now. Bang, it hit me right here. No, I think that's here. I just actually, I gotta go to up here Thursday, and have exploratory and have tendons. And I supposed to have this done the 30th. This is gonna be 12 weeks. Now this is gonna be 4 things. Buy one, get one free. Next I'd like to have a run third on it. I really very much really want to do that. you know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, this is,
Absolutely. Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead? Today's meeting, forever.
I will, I'd like to
And I have to
tomorrow
I
morning.
forgot to bring Nicole. I
Yeah,
will-
first.
Yeah.
No, I got
Maybe get every bit of
I'm good.
You sit in the back right in your corner.
Yeah.
That's all that.
You will run on water wall. Is she gonna submit them all?
That's the entire. I would go to that half hour park.
Right now, yeah, and basically like show,
So Dan does that, like, it's always like volunteer, he says this. I would love to talk and that we can get like a Tuesday or whatever it is, for everyone, investigate, see what they,
whatever.
you know what started last year? Really great,
I totally missed it.
yeah, I felt like it's just like this stuff.
The one thing I do
I'll write to them.
Yeah, keep me moving. I just, I don't want to leave
I think they have some.
Yeah, you know, so that's kind of really.
Remember what happened?
How long is that big street? That's why I say
Well, I don't want to put next, so
Salt next time when it dies. Trying to get around it. All that damage goes up. I'm getting it wrong. I'm going to clean up in the driveway. So I clean up the driveway. I need to do it. I'm not the type of person. I'm going to change it.
If I misunderstood, then
Nothing
I do apologize, because when I do something wrong, I own it. So if I,
That's been around, and I'm not sure if it's this.
okay, that's, I totally believe you, I don't realize.
So I go up and
But if I was wrong, then I also.
well, it's what happens when you go up there and what we call iceberg.
It's inspected.
2 feet around, you know. Well, I see that's what it's about.
Because when you're in there, you know, you're just like, right there, yeah. And then you go away.
So this doesn't go shut down, but it brings it down. That's all I mean. The lip actually sits on top. It's missing the grill here. Snap it across there.
Well,
That's
if I misunderstood,
$1,000.
then I do
That's
apologize.
$1,000. And then the cone. Area. I'm busting cones straight up here. I shut her down.
You don't live in a cell phone truck, so you're back in there, so it's
Can't freeze.
You don't get work?
Yeah. Beds all over it now.
I apologize. I didn't get
I'm not gonna
Yeah, he's red team over at,
Emery's, otherwise.
so then I,
Worried about me or not.
I was like, you know what? So we're doing some routes around
Those are a tractor, like, that's not the,
In my eyes, I think
depending on what you're
people are
doing, but-
and then I'm doing the.
Yeah, I'm gonna service on that road.
No, so
That's gonna do what I did.
And I'm sorry that that's how it's done. I do
Two
apologize.
steps, 3 inch,
Yeah.
3 inch cal.
That's when I first started.
They wanted,
That's why we had by on 2.5 minutes and went down.
And then you see this new driveway, I see it, but I didn't, on both sides of this road, all the way. I probably
don't work properly.
yeah.
And the thing that worries me about what you're
That's the
saying
time,
is that sounds to me like you're trying to
You're gonna wanna go to
force
Civil
towns
Pond Road.
into using money for whatever they want to give it away for. I mean, or right, which is, I have a few more questions. A little bit more research on how.
Oh, trust me.
In other words,
He's like, almost.
Because
they just
how she did it out of her house, she was calling it out of
What's 27?
you always have to stick to the agenda.
Somebody, I could be sitting there taking notes.
That sounds like Tyler Ringo guy. Tyler Ringo guy.
No, this one's before, it's 2000.
That's all right.
Right.
So that's why they have the citizen. If it's something that somebody wanted, like, let's say under economic development or something I know about, I'll put it on the town manager's report and we talked about it earlier.
So if there's anything that ever comes out, can you like email you and say, hey, is this something that we can put on the agenda, or is
Oh,
that
sure.
just for the council?
No, that's fine. It doesn't mean that it will go on the agenda or that it will be in that form and maybe another form, or there may be a
Right.
solution.
As long
Maybe
as you-
something we don't know what it is, but once we find out, it might be
Right.
something that can be easily taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, or sometimes like,
And again, if I misread that, I totally apologize.
No,
Sometimes
it's
I jump before I put
no,
my
I'm
wings
used
on.
I'm used to being yelled at, that's what,
Yeah, but no, you shouldn't be though. And that was my bad. I got caught up in the moment and I didn't act like an adult.
no, it's okay, I'm all set.
I appreciate that, but
You should see what goes on at the office. It used to be so nice, and I know the staff would want to have these put up, and I never put them up until COVID happened, in which we got a grant, and it was a safety issue, so we did that. I don't like them, but now people are so upset all the time, screaming and hollering at the counter in bad language. I have to go out there instead of once a month, it's like 13 times a week.
right.
And it's just, that's why people, one of the reasons why people leave, one, our pay isn't very good.
Right.
And two, sometimes they don't like the work, or we have one lady that got a
Oh,
job
working
like
with the
5
public
minutes.
is one of the hardest things you could ever do. I worked at a country store, an old-fashioned country store. They sold everything from beef to plumbing to sandwiches. But anyway, I won't keep you. But
I got work to do.
I do apologize for the way in which I approached it. I should have come to you first
Yeah, if
and
you-
then come to the council.
Yeah, if
Should
you
I not get a
follow
good
up.
answer?
Yeah, if you have something that you need help on. I wouldn't be able to tell you any more about the nomination papers.
It's okay. Nicole got a hold of
Yeah,
me.
but
So.
Nicole would call, that's what, they're always told to write down the names, which they did, so
Yeah.
that Nicole would know.
Yeah, yeah.
It was difficult without her for 6 weeks.
I bet.
We were way down on staff there, and so.
And plus everybody's new, so not everybody knows everything that's going on.
Yeah, and that's fine.
But again, I do apologize. I should have come to you first before I came here.
No, I appreciate
And
that.
next time, but like I said, sometimes I jump before I look. So,
Yeah, just,
but I do own it when I'm wrong, so I do
yeah,
apologize.
just call up, or you can email, I can give you my email address. if you-
It's probably on the town website.
It is,
Okay.
yeah, all of them are on, like mine is town manager at Pittsfield.org,
Okay.
building inspector at Pittsfield.org, transfer station at Pittsfield.org.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
yeah, thank you. All right, what happened here? We don't need that. No, I don't have what to talk about. It doesn't matter, because there's no issue here. There's no need for the truck. We're gonna also, let's see. Yep, I'm sorry. They don't need the truck. I don't have. Here's the page.